places, same parties. Am I just a ghost at night? Too many street lights in this city. I'm missing our ocean side. I've been running, but I can't escape the feeling that I've been away for far too long. 'Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine. New people, new places, we're the same. A moment frozen in time. Wish I could relive the day I met you and fall in love a second time. I could run, but I know I can't escape the feeling if I'm far away from you for too long. 'Cause there's something about our love that brings me peace of mind. Something special about the way our lives are intertwined. There's something about you that just leaves me mystified. Something pulling me to your heart, and I always want you by my side. Keep your body next to mine.
I think we're good to go. Everything seems to be working. Hello, happy Saturday. I am going to put some music in the background. Now, did I read correctly that there was a new album, or was that a new single? Should have checked before, but you know how it is. Stuff happens, and then you go live, and you go, oh, I should have made some changes. Fans also like is not what I'm looking for. Discography. Cool. Why do I care about the most popular? Okay, there is an EP that was released May. So not. Okay. Well, let's try the EP. And we'll see how we go. Alright, so I have been busy. I have been fixing bugs with the item drop plugin. I've successfully got a bunch of stuff working for Spellbook and Prayers, which we'll probably do some work on today. And I'm thinking of turning that plugin into like a utility plugin of little tweaks that we want enabled that aren't tied to any specific function. I'm just going to quickly post in the 07craft channel. Cool. Just waiting for my local server to start up here. It should be up. Cool. So I can at least demo some of this, because why am I here if not to demo? Now, the only other thing that I still want to get working here is a better behavior for saving and loading. Because right now, if the server were to crash while there are drops in the world, people's stuff will despawn functionally, but the actual armor stands will remain, which will cause performance problems down the line. Especially as... I need creative. Especially as they're invisible and stored at 0, which isn't particularly helpful. I might experiment making them not invisible, but for now, let's demo. So let me actually also remove some waypoints. That was my waypoint button. Cool. Waypoints, latest death. Delete. Now, what I did learn, and I actually, you know what, before we do this, I need to quickly check something. OSRS gravestone. When was that added? Oh, we're also going to fix my overlay so that it continues to show the song, but not my win rate. Win rate? There we go. And I can't tell if that's... Okay, it is behind the... Alright. We can work with that, that's fine. What I wanted to check is whether this was added 2020. Aha. So, gravestones did not exist in 2007. Which means we probably won't re-implement them, because the goal is to be as similar to 2007. If people want to play modern old-school RuneScape, then they should just play RuneScape. Alright, so I am going to pop some things into my inventory that are various. Let's say... Ooh, let's put some armor on, actually. Cool. And then let's grab, like, half a stack of apples. Milk bucket. 16 gold. And maybe a couple blocks. Oak logs is fine. Let's do a shulker box. Do those stack, by the way? No, they do not. Good to know. Alright. So, if I'm standing here and I press Q, we now have a drop that is on the ground. We can right-click on it to see the combined drop pile, or we can punch it to pick up the one item. However, it seems my items are different to what is in... Uh-oh. Hang on. Why did this guy end up being different? Did I find another bug just while demoing? That would be unfortunate. Okay, so if I drop this guy and then punch this guy and punch... I don't know why that one behaved differently. Is it the first one that's on the server that causes that? Who knows? I will have to experiment. We do need advanced tooltips, F3H. Cool. Alright. So say I drop some things, and then someone else drops something else. Then we can right click on this one, and this one has gold and some apples. This one's got some gold, and this one's got gold and some wood. I can click on the individual items to take them back, or I can punch them and get them back one by one. Okay, so this does still happen. So what's happening here is I'm not clearing the NBT data correctly, because those are supposed to stack. So let's fix that, because that's not supposed to happen. Luckily, the fix for that should be really easy because I know exactly when and why that could happen. Let's enable presenter mode, screencast mode. And let's just make our font a little bigger. I still don't have a zoom thing working, which is really unfortunate. So what we're going to need is player, inventory. We're going to re-add the thing to the player's inventory. In player inventory, click. Give player item. Cool. And what we need to do is delete this key. Now that one occurs in the utils. That's fine. Okay, so this... This namespace key is not being passed correctly. Drop key. If key is not equal null, otherwise... key.send message. Oops. The metadata remained? Let's do that and see what happens. Oh, okay. So for some reason... Yeah, that's definitely not working as intended. Let's verify that this actually works the way it's supposed to. The metadata remained. Okay, is the key not valid? Drop registry. Oh, that's not even the function that gets called. Oops. Alright, well, where else do we call... Understand packet listener. Oh. That makes sense. So, if I were to drop this and then click it here, we were successfully... Okay, so the issue here is I don't have access. Alright, well, let's grab the... There's the namespace key. Just trying to think of the best way to... Because this display manager is per player. Let's just do this and see what happens if it improves our situation. Namespace key. Drop key. Because we do need to be clearing that. So there we go. Removed persistent key. That's what we wanted. So... let's try that again. We're going to drop half a stack of apples. We're going to drop a couple blocks and a milk bucket. And some raw gold. So now this combined drop pile contains our apples and our gold. So we can punch that, which gives us 14 apples. And punch it again for the grass, shulker box, milk bucket, and then one by one, the gold. Cool. Let's push that fix. Because that's a pretty crucial one. Do I? I mean, we can clean this up too because we have... oh, that's going to get really annoying. I am going to have to silence Windows notifications. I still have a USB device that just randomly disconnects, which is not helpful. One of these is system sounds. I usually don't have that at full volume anyway. That's okay. So this one is plugin. I mean, keeping it on one line is probably good enough. I actually want to double check the documentation for namespaced keys. Because if they're scoped to the plugin, get a namespaced key. So it does just say namespace representing all keys by bucket, then Minecraft creates a key in a specific namespace or the plugin's namespace. So realistically, we can actually I'm surprised I don't pass the plugin to make this a little bit easier to read. And realistically, I think we only initialize this in one place. Yeah, new display armor manager. Yeah, so we can just pass the plugin in. No point in dangerous things here. Do we use it anywhere else? Because we don't want to make assumptions, you know? Util. Hmm. Alright. Anytime we call insert into inventory, I assume I could do that more correctly, but for now we just need... And that way we can just... Does a packet... Ah. Okay. Well, I'm a stand display manager. Keep a copy of our plugin here somewhere. Up here. Alright. Oh, and apparently... there is a new column I can add to deck blue, which is chat. I should check that later. And can I repost from this account? Alright. And let's see if I can find... Or would it be faster if I just searched? Up to you. I'm only streaming it because I have the time and the patience. Deck.blue. Deck.blue. Posts. I already found a bug with my drops, and I have now fixed it. So it's already been a productive 26 minutes of stream. So that's good news. Mm-hmm. $2.11. Chat columns, trending topics, check the full change log. Okay, so it went live 10 hours ago. Which version am I running? 2.11. So why am I missing the chat column? How do fix? Because I do have... Alright, let me just push this code at least. We don't need the logging, because we figured out what was wrong. Util now accepts that. Oh, and I need to bump the timers a little more because I realized I got the timing wrong. Alright, that looks to be everything. So, fix persistent NBT key not being removed. I don't remember why I added that persistent key, but it does do the job that I want it to do, so I'm not too worried. Alright, so we're bumping 120 to 180, and we need to do that in here as well.
We lost the beginning, and there seems to be no end. It's a modern dystopia.
Oh yeah, I have not tested multiple players interacting with things. That's definitely something we can test. Let me just make a build, deploy it to the server. Okay, so this is player drop handler. I see. There it is. 180 seconds total. So let me stash these changes because they do not currently work as intended. Stash, save to file. And then let me stop the server, or my local test server. Let me push these to the repo, and then we're going to compile this. Oh. I made it angry somewhere. I shouldn't have pushed my code just yet. No, hang on. What doesn't it like? Oh, I'm missing plugin. This? Where are my constructors? Why are they all the way down here? Oh, plugin goes first. Oops. Okay. Let's retry. That's why you try building before you push. I really should set up a pre-commit hook. Alright. Now we can package. I will also jump in the 07craft voice channel if that's helpful for you, so that we can communicate. And then I'm just going to pop into here. Now, I don't think I have any version of the plugin loaded. No. Cool. So loading it fresh will be really easy. I just need to log into the server and upload the files. I will do that off screen. I should probably... Okay. That's the data packs folder. Oh, and I need to update the resource pack on the server because it is very outdated. I've learned a lot past couple weeks. Plugins. Okay, so we are going to grab our new item drop plugin, which has just been built. This one's 103. Plugins. Is 103, and plugin YAML is unversioned. It pulls from there. Cool. Okay. And this one was built when? Because I know I have it set up to copy it to the plugins folder, but I don't know if it actually just puts it in the target first before that. 21st at 4:59. Okay. VM load. 07craft item drop. 103. Nothing happened. That's not a good sign. The plugin failed to initialize. I need to open the terminal and find out why. All right. Oh, I probably won't show that on screen because that'll show IP addresses. Resource pack downloader. Okay. One of my installed plugins. Power MOTD replace... That's why. Apparently, I don't have permission for stuff. Kind of annoys me. Oh, I need to install packet events first. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? You know, I dragged the file in and nothing happened. It's a whole lot of nothing happening. Login server. The server directory, plugins, packet event. All right. Because the return value of packet events.get API is null. Well, let's see if it still loads my item drop stuff. That is not a plugin. Oh, is packet events not a soft depend? It is. All right. I am going to have to restart the server and hope that my server behaves correctly. And I need to figure out why Power MOTD is stealing stuff. All right. Just going to let it start up, and then we will check if it was successful in loading everything or not. The one downside of... Oh, yeah. I would recommend, for your testing, use 1.20.1 because the resource pack breaks pretty aggressively in 1.21. It is stuff I'm going to fix because 1.21 is A, the newest, and B, has a few new APIs that I definitely want to make use of. But for the moment, I wanted to run the same version of the server for both WMA and 07craft. Alright, permissions have loaded 4474. I should probably disable some of these worlds from loading at startup. 414 paths we no longer really need. I think we've placed down all the paths. And I'm going to refresh deck blue and see if my chat columns appear. Whoop. Okay, there we go. There we go. Plugins. We've got 21 plugins. That means it did not work. There's packet events. So, what we're going to do is we're going to delete 07craft item drop, because I do have two versions that I generate. One that's just a standalone and one with dependencies. And I have a feeling that one of the dependencies is missing, which is not intentional. So let's try this again. There we go. Loaded and enabled 07craft item drop. I will have to double check which. Quickly open the log file and check. Plugins, log. Oh, that's going to take a bit because that folder has quite a few. I should move most of those logs into a new folder. There are logs from as far back as 2016 in here. Okay. Could not load resize players. That's fine because that is not a feature until 121. Resource pack downloader. Because file configuration. Cool. Okay, but whoop. Oh. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Event bus, which is technically a dependency, but it's just only used within the item drop plugin. So that is something for me to change later. All right, let's verify that this works. Here's some grass. Well, that's a bad sign. Does it only work in the default world? Did I not? I have a feeling that the armor stand is being spawned in the default world rather than... Yep. Okay. Also, that is not... Why did we use... I have questions. Okay, so first bug is multi-world. While you're prepping your side, let's check why that is. We specifically need new location. This one. World. Default armor stand entity pool. It also didn't initialize the commands. Strange. Handle player spawn. Plugin world. Yeah, why don't I have access to that? What if I reconnect? Will that fix things? It won't. Alright. Because the entity pool is supposed to be tied to which world I spawn into. On player teleport. Handle player switch world. Handle player despawn from handle player spawn to. So, there. that does work correctly. And oh, now it works. Weird. Oh, you know what? Because I loaded the plugin before... I loaded the plugin after I was already in the world. So it didn't know I was in the world. So when I tried to drop something, it didn't know where to visually spawn it for me. That's why. Okay, it works in multi-world. Woo! I thought I'd have to fix something else. I do need to handle that if it reloads for any reason, that it should fix itself. But for now, that is fine. And here's the cool thing. If I'm up in the air, then it finds the nearest block on the ground. That's pretty fun. What are you? Main Lumbridge Castle. Yep, that is correct. Oh yeah, and this was my experimentation with the new light blocks. And annoyingly, while there are light blocks that you can get here that are as low as 0, they don't actually set the light level to 0. So here's 0. You stand in here, it's not dark. The light level is still... where is it? Yeah, the light level is still 14 here. Which I don't understand. Oh. We got a player. I do all my experiments in the build world, but we can do testing in 474. Where are you in the 474 world? That is not what I...
Store Island.
I was just going to pull up the map. Oh, okay. Yep. Cool. I'm going to switch off this texture pack for a second. That one. Because I don't like how barrier blocks render by default. So I installed 2 mods that change how barrier blocks are rendered and how light blocks are rendered. Alright.
I actually have to be right back.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
I need to populate my inventory anyway. Oh, he's just outside, I see. I don't see. The invisible? No, he's just flying. That's why. What is he holding? Oh, yeah. One of those guys. Okay. So, let's... give myself a new hotbar. With some blocks. Some items. What is lightning rod? Do I want to know? There's some redstone. I think half an inventory is fine. That's more like it. Cool. Alright.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just on the ground below you. Alright, so to start, you should not be able to see any of the things I've just placed down.
I do not.
Excellent. So we'll start a timer. It is 40 seconds past, so I will keep an eye out. So you should see them within 60 seconds. 16. Just going to open Notepad so that I've got stats. If you punch the ground where I'm standing, nothing happens, right? Right here, this block.
Well,
Cool. That's good.
yeah.
All right. In about 5 seconds, you should see them appear one by one.
Yes, I do. I see him.
Cool. Now, if you punch one of them, do you get the item? Cool. If you right-click on one of them,
I get a pop-up.
cool. And if
Drop
I
now.
drop some extra ones on this second, what's it called? Redstone? No, not. What are they called? Ladders. Do you see any other drops in here, or just the ladder?
I do not. Nope.
Just the ladder? All right. Keep that window of the ladder open, and the ladder should despawn in a couple minutes, but before it does, the rest of them should appear one by one.
Okay.
And while it does that, if you just drop one of the items that you're currently carrying, I don't know if that'll work actually while you have the combined drop things open. That doesn't. Okay, that's probably fine. I like that behavior. That's fine. All right, you don't see anything in there yet?
I see the lightning rods and the redstone dust. The ladder's still there.
Cool. The ladder should disappear in another minute, I believe. Or 30 seconds. Give it a bit. And then once the ladder disappears, try taking everything that's in this window, because I need to make sure that when you do, that it closes it for both of us. Because I don't remember if I actually coded it to check for everyone that has it open.
Okay, the ladder disappeared. Right
Yep,
when
so did everything else on the ground. So now take everything out of here. Yes! All right, now check this out. What do you see on the
Nice.
ground?
Nothing.
Excellent. Give it 60 seconds. So that is from 00. So from my perspective, I can right click on it and everything that was in my inventory is now available in a single drop pile. What I did learn, and I don't know if you were watching when this happened, I was playing old school RuneScape yesterday and died. And it dropped a gravestone. And I was like, I don't remember that being in the game. I checked today. It was added in 2020.
Yeah. Yep. I know about that. Yeah.
So we won't be doing that. We're just going to do basic drops. I don't need to make it any more
Yeah.
complicated than it is.
I mean, from what we started with, it was basically to base it off of 2007 anyway, wasn't it? I see that
Yes.
pop up.
We're trying to faithfully recreate it as best we can. All right, it should be visible to you now.
Yep, it will.
So now if you right-click on it, that is my entire inventory.
Yep, I see everything there.
Cool, and now if I just punch everything out of there.
And it closed my window.
Perfect. All right. So that all works. I'm happy. I don't think there's anything else we need to test, other than we both should drop stuff in the same location and see what happens. So hang on, let me... there. So if you place something over on here,
I just queue or?
Yep, just Q, or, you know, any way you would normally drop something in Minecraft.
Okay.
And I'm just going to drop a couple additional things. All right. The only thing it doesn't currently handle in the visual inventory when you right-click to interact is if it's larger than a large chest can be. Just because that's a lot of work. So the drops will still be in that position. And if you remove everything from it and there's more stuff, the inventory won't close and you just have to close it and reopen it manually and it'll show the rest of them. Because it'll regenerate a new window for you. Yeah.
So far, all I see is my drop there, and oh, now I see your drop pop up.
Cool, and I should see yours pop up in the window. Yep, there you go. You dropped redstone. Perfect. Now, if I take the redstone and some stone, oh, that text is not supposed to be there. Okay. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about is if you have the combined drop pile open and you click on something, I currently show the text in the action bar saying you picked it up. Should I? Because you can't really see that anyway.
It's a...
The action bar being the thing above the health bar.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Oh, the other thing I should test. I'm going to dump these, and I'm going to grab one of our custom models.
I do think I like it better when it displays what you picked up.
Yeah? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little upside down. That is using the translated text on the server side. Interesting. Because on my end, it is a much more complicated name, so I'll have to double check why it does that, but that probably won't matter because I do have the data pack. Oh, hold on. Did I enable animal spawning here? No, I didn't. All right, let me replace this. Come with me to the build world. And I'm going to spawn a cow here. Kill the cow. I'd recommend a sword.
I can swing. I'll go into creative and get it. Been so long since I've played.
You should see a drop pile that contains bones, cowhide, and raw beef.
Yes, untextured, but yes.
Untextured, yes. Theoretically, that shouldn't appear for me for another 60 seconds. So if you haven't destroyed it, I'll keep an eye on that block.
Remember not to left click, right click.
Left click will immediately pick up anything in the pile, or the top thing in the pile, and right click will allow you to interact with it so that you can take exactly what you want rather than. Oh, also, actually, do you have that inventory open at the moment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I was going to test something else, but actually it doesn't matter because you won't automatically pick up anything I drop because of our drop system, so never mind. Oh, yep, I see bones, raw beef, and cowhide. Excellent. So yeah, drops all work correctly with multiple players. The other thing I experimented with are the spell book and stuff. which I haven't deployed to the server because I only needed this here. But the other aspect is if there's a old Minecraft drop, you don't pick it up automatically. So if you stand on it, it'll tell you what you can do. There you go. Alright. That's pretty much everything I needed to test with multiple players.
Nice. Yeah, I'll work on doing my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I don't find spreadsheets particularly exciting.
Yeah, there's just something that tickles my brain about them.
That's good. Because I would go crazy. So I am going to test a couple plugins locally. Hopefully they work. I found a ore regeneration plugin because I was like, we have certain functionality that I don't mind writing myself, and other functionality that we need to make it as accurate as possible. But I found one plugin called Ore Regenerator, and I was like, oh, that's going to be perfect for like mining and wood cutting and all of that. It's an $8 plugin.
Huh.
I can't imagine it being complicated enough for that. So I'm going to see what other free alternatives exist. This one was built for 1.12. That is also going to be the challenge. But in the meantime, I need to test message above head, which actually I don't know. Message overhead. Did that actually load? It did not. Why not? What does it need? Oh, it needs protocol lib. Oh, I don't like have both installed. Because I guess it spoofs armor stands on the player. Minecraft stuff changes so quickly internally that it makes it very difficult to develop something that'll last a while. Oh, I've got 5 copies of Protocol Lib in my downloads folder. Oops. It's loading. It does bug me just how slow Minecraft servers are to start up. Test. Okay, plugins. There's protocol lib, there's message overhead. Cool, so now we can configure it. I want to see if I can make it so that I can see them myself. Settings, general listener, holograms can only be called by command. Oh, it's holograms. General chat, test config bubble 1, is bubble particle sound. Setting, private messages.
I linked you a plugin to. I'm not sure if that's close to what you're looking for or not.
Oh, that could be good. 117, and it works with up to 120. Helpful. Messages. Is bubble. Don't touch. It's magic. Okay, but why add the setting if you don't want users to touch the setting? Player name message. Format. Distance. Visible text for owner. True. Clear color from player message. Okay. So why didn't I see the message? Error occurred while enabling message overhead. Cannot invoke. No worries. So, the server started fine. The plugin says it's loaded. But on startup, it said junk. This is what it loaded. Well, that's what it printed in the log. And then cannot invoke org bucket configuration section get boolean string because local 3 is null. So I think am I not logged in here? So I'm thinking it actually is limited to 119. Which version are we on? 3.4. Okay, there are 4.0 builds with refactors. So let's try that. And let's also download MineX Farm Regen and see how that plugin works. Regions known as cuboid boxes. No dependencies, money rewards, regen wand. Okay. Permission nodes, reload positions, create, delete, and menu. Oh, there's a menu. Alright. An update for Ultimate Block Regen is available, but I just downloaded the latest one. Yeah, I know there's a premium version, but I don't care. Alright, doesn't matter. MineX Farm. Alright, hold on. Yeah, message overhead. Oh, you know what? I probably need to delete the message overhead config from 1.3. Let's... Yeah. No bubble model found for player 0. What does that mean? Oh, I need to sneeze. Problem solved. Okay. And while it's loading, can I go into the config for the other plugin, MineX Farm Regen? Update. Update checker false. It's always funny looking at how other people make their YAML files, and you're like, this person has never used YAML before in their life. All right. No bubble model found for player. Okay, so that one doesn't work. Bubble model. Alright, well, can we... Because the return value is null. Okay. So this plugin does not work. Particle type. Sound setting. Alright, well, message overhead doesn't work. Let's test the all regen. Let's do... Coal. No. Do iron. Yes. Wait, I'm not supposed to have recipes. Oh no, I didn't set up the data pack on this one. Cool. Or regen. What's it called? Mine. Okay, just regen. Cool. Wand. Cool. How do I create a region with the selected area? Yes, but regen create test iron. Cool. Plugin prefix. Reload, add more blocks, edit menu, toggle menu. Regen wand. Load. Plugin activation. Block placement. Allow block placement. Combines same message with a delay of 5 seconds. Drops go to inventory. Yeah. Checks for updates is off. Money bubble is off. Crops regenerate as seeds. Messages. We don't need messages. Okay. Edit menu. Global setting. I don't see iron ore in this. No, there it is. How long? One. One what? Okay. Well, we've created this. Test iron. Whether this region has regeneration. And permission. And how blocks regenerate. This is a paid feature. Okay, that's fine. I don't need that feature. Let's go into survival. Okay, so it's in seconds. So we're gonna open that menu. Global iron. Numbers only. Let's do 8 seconds. Now that's on the global settings, so let's see if that applies to our region. No, it doesn't. So each region has to do it separate. That's a bit annoying. Hang on. Global. Oh. Which block? No, I need timing. This one's supposed to be 8. I don't know. Enter chance. 100% of the time. Welcome back. Alright. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That'll work. Like, we don't need anything more complicated than that. I'm okay with that. Alright. So that plugin is a good enough. There is a paid version, but it's good enough. The text above head is a problem. Because even the refactored version doesn't work. Are there any forks? 5 forks. But if I remember correctly, none of them are actually being touched. I'm going to refill my water though. I'll be right back. I'm back. Now this fork exists, but does it have... No, it's behind. Okay, never mind. So in that case, what we'll do is we'll try downloading an older version of the plugin and see if that one also has issues. Basically see if it was a newly introduced bug or not. Okay. The error there was get access. So I wonder if this one requires a permissions plugin, and that's why it's unhappy. And if that's the case, I might just need to OP myself, and that might fix it. Could not pass async player chat event. Instructor. Okay, it didn't crash on startup. Please update message over here. The user who developed this cannot spell. Okay, am I currently... Yeah, no, I'm already open. Alright. Let's quickly install the permissions plugin, and that should fix it. Now, can I just give myself every permission? Is that dangerous? I know Royal Commands doesn't like it because it's got some exclusions and stuff. But cool. So test. Okay, it didn't crash on me this time. Packet events or spellbook. It did not crash because it did not load. I did copy it over. B permissions. Oh, but I didn't. Okay, I see what I did. 3.2, 4.0 beta. If I can use the beta as a baseline rather than the outdated version, that'd be preferred. And then I'd probably switch it from protocol lib to packet events, just for my own sanity. Config loaded. No bubble model found. Right. Let's check what the code for that is. The error message is no bubble model found. And that error message doesn't exist in his code. Not helpful. What I wanted to check is the permissions. Okay. Plugin. The plugin YAML is empty. That's not a good sign. There's a config of 1.4. Did that load on my end properly? No, that's a 1.2 config. That'd be why. Let's try again. Okay. It yelled at me. Loaded class packet event. Not pass async player chat event to constructor. Bubble armor stand. Line 64. The data watcher the problem? It is. Check not null. Because it loads fine. It's only when I'm sending messages that it's unhappy. Well, that's a bummer. Enable experimental possibilities from 120. What if we do that? I want to know what that is. Yes, GitHub, please just search across all branches. From these owners, no, I just need across all branches. In the meantime, I'm going to check my project board for myself. Priority lists. Me. Backlog. Textures. Models. Item drop. Done. Models. Tutorial trees. Textures. UI concepts. Spellbook. Bank friends. That is a thing I need to do. I should try getting the interactive friends list working. Alright. This same error? Yeah. Alright. This plugin doesn't work. So we're going to delete message overhead. delete protocol lib. And instead, we might do some work on the horse spellbook plugin. That one currently does prayers and spells. Or, let me check my... Is that a chat plugin? Which... I don't even know if the chat plugin built. So I think that one... Oh, it doesn't have any dependencies. I can delete the folder. And... active chat channel. Message players. Did this have... Did we try this one? Compile. Let's see if it yells. It builds. Cool. All right. Let's throw it into our item drop folder and see what happens. It is a day of experimentation. While that server starts up, interactive friends list was based on input GUI, which I should scrap. That one requires a bit of a refactor. I don't think that one builds currently. All right. So this one is chat channels. There we go. We have a working thing from our own. Oh, well, that's not ideal. We have a ghost armor stand. Wait, what? Hang on. What is it? So what we do know is the message appears and then it just falls off. Now if I... So what this tells me is that the... Hang on, I just need to make it not yell at me here. Is that the despawner doesn't work. It removes the passenger, but it doesn't despawn the armor stand. Chat plugin textures remove layer. Cancel task. Cool. Spigot kill entity. Alright. What if I send 2 messages? Okay, so only the first message is added. And then the first message will despawn, I assume. Or it's just gonna stay there forever. Okay, so we have some bugs.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah, this one is... Oh, do you see this, by the way?
Yeah, I saw that when you were messing around with it, yeah.
I can't interact with the world because the armor stands in the way. Okay. Chat entity despawner. All right. We're going to have to do the same thing here, because I need to do this in real time. If I leave and reconnect, will it at least stop riding me? Okay, that is a good sign. These are not. Okay, I can just kill all nearby armor stands. Cool. Alright. So we're going to set up our launch scripts. Our settings file with the debug port and hot swapping enabled. And our task. And then we're going to update our POM to grab actually, we need both plugins. We're going to remove the snapshot label. Spigot make attacks pass through entity. What I might do... Firstly, let's make sure this actually launches. And I will be right back. I guess it didn't work. Because it needs to be this one. I am curious what that experimental thing was. Because if I can use something experimental instead of armor stands, I'd love to. So let's create a code space so that we can use a search that's slightly better than GitHub's. Oh, the build failed. that how that's supposed to work? Oh, nope, there's supposed to be a build folder. That's... All right. That worked. Okay, so now we can do that. How'd our code space go? Okay, so it doesn't actually do anything with the experimental stuff. It just checks whether the user has enabled experimental. Git check out. What was the name of the other branch? Global update. Okay, so develop is the right one. Well, I'll figure that out later. For now, we are going to faceplate, set visible, oh yeah, there we go. I had a to-do in here labeled to-do problem. If a player has passengers, they can't interact with anything. Players can also accidentally give their armor to the armor stand. That is not the right documentation for what I'm doing. Alright, well, we're going to make it so that they're not invisible to start, so that we can see what on earth we're doing. Set visible false. Alright, so... yeah. Well, that didn't... I don't think hot reload's working. Async player chat event. Hot reload's not working because I probably have 2 copies of the plugin in the folder. Yep. That is why. That always confuses it. Okay. It does bug me that not pulling stuff correctly. Spigot repo. Spigot API. Cool. Now use your location thing correctly. That works. This doesn't? Supposed to. Alright, server's running. Throw it over here. There we go. Look at that little armor stand. Okay. So step 1. That still spawns at the feet. Yeah, hot reload isn't working here. That's rude. Yeah, okay. I've done something wrong. I need to figure out what. Oh, I see why. I need this one to actually use the correct name. I guess that matters. Which is what I assumed, but now I know for sure. Getting a bit warm in here. Might have to open the window. Okay. Okay. It rotates with my head. Is that too high or too low? Too high. Okay. Let's spawn at 1.5 instead. Does hot reload still not work? Yep. Okay. Why? Item drop. Plugins. There's only one copy of chat plugin in here. It's not that. Launch is fine. Settings. is fine. Pass. Did I need to set anything in here? Those are the only 3 files I need. And then pom.xml. Group ID. Or spellbook. Name. Oh, this is missing a name. What's the bet? It's that. But if it's not, then because there are too many subdirectories. Source. Main Java. Not need to be there. TK should be in source. This is going to take forever again. Operation not permitted. But I own the folder. How do we structure it in the other ones? Source. Item drop. Source. Main Java. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Well, if that's how we do it in item drop, we can do that. All right. Spigot, passenger, click through. Hitbox is a client side. Server sends an entity with a zombie riding it. Well, let's clean up. Okay, we could make it a little bit lower. 1.4 maybe. Still can't tell if our reload is working. It's not. Damn it! Oh, the versions don't match. Model version, group ID, artifact, name, version. Is it because... No, I got no idea. Well, anyway, let's restart VS Code because it is having trouble reading my imports. Makes it very difficult. Let's push all of these changes. And this up to the final plugin. Cool. Oh, I know why. No, that is not why. Okay, I don't know why. What's the method of killing the entity? Destroy stand? Oh, it's just .remove? Oh, it's 6:30. Do we remove passenger anywhere else? No. Okay, well, let's get that running. Lack of hot reload is really hurting me at the moment. Launch is correct. Project name chat plugin. Yep. Steps. Debug port. All of that is correct. Tasks. Hands on Maven package. Oh. I did a bad thing. Usually helps to use the correct variable. Oh. The debugger and debuggee are running completely different Java versions. Could that be why? Why is that happening? There, that didn't teleport in weirdly, and it despawned. That's better. We're on the right track. Ah. I can also punch the armor stand to destroy it. That is not ideal. And that will make it angry. Yeah. So, how do you work? I don't think it uses armor stands. Placeholder API, Super Vanish, Essentials, and CMI. Bubble armor stand. Small, no base plate, is marker. What is marker? RAM armor stand index. Yeah, this is why I don't like protocol lib. This is gibberish to me. Oh, set the armor stand as a marker. If true, armor stand size is set to 0, has a tiny hitbox, and disables interactions. May not exist. That is a problem. L. Why do I wait 2 seconds? Oh, yeah. Then the label becomes in my head. But I can interact with things, so it's just a matter of tweaking some things. Oh, did Deck Blue thing load? Oh, okay. Text is an armor stand. Pawn entity location. Alright, well let's pull up the spigot docs. Because I could do something really jank and... Okay, so check passengers doesn't correctly delete the previous message, which I assume is why it waits. For player, passenger is not null and passenger type is armor stand. Delete the passenger. So it looks like check passengers is not deleting things. Debugger JVM version. How do I change? Checking my settings to see why it's using the wrong Java version. And why it's this specific thing. I got nothing. Because that's my user settings. Workspace settings don't have one set either. What if I... debug... Because there's something weird with this instance of VS Code. It might be easier if I just close everything and see if that makes it happy or worse. Let's do that. Because Java does have some weird memory leak in VS Code. That is quite a nightmare. Alright. No. Making all the wrong assumptions. Because that is wrong. Yeah, I'm still seeing... I wonder if chat plugin is a non-project file. That's a lie. But let's figure out why it thinks that. And that'll fix both our issues. Alright, let's open this one in VS Code and see what we're doing differently. So, chat plugin. We have the POM in here. Source directory is source main Java. Then tk whip hand. Chat plugin. Then chat plugin.java. The issue that can't be, right? Because we capitalize it here, no problem. Group ID. Artifact ID. Name. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. VS Code Java non-project file. See what Google has to say. Okay, that makes it angry in a different way. What if I do a Maven clean? And then restart VS. Both. You know, this stuff should be easy. I just want to develop. Oh, I should not. Get that. Okay. Okay. Chat plugin is not in the class path of project chat plugin A4. I think that's worse. Hello, Bowden. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Yep, still no autocomplete. Okay. And that one's going to yell at me for the same reason. Okay. Yeah, if I do that, it makes it angrier. I'm good. A little frustrated, but... working with Java source files, massive necessary extension, Maven project, language support for Java. Name, input group ID, You may have to move. Okay. We're going to try something. Can I just... That does work. Sweet. Alright. Let's see if that fixes it. Just renaming the parent directory to match the POM. Do we think that will fix it? I mean, that is a fair... That is a fair comment. I do need to change the structure of this plugin anyway, but... Oh, I like this song. Hey! It was... I mean, there are two possibilities here. The first is the workspace was corrupted, and so it was misbehaving. The other possibility is the parent directory needs to match the project directory. Who knows? Either way, we're back in business. Now then. Hopefully, this also fixes hot reload. And does it also fix... It does fix it using the wrong Java version too. Okay. Whatever. So, honestly, when it comes to plugin development for servers, so that's Spigot and the derivatives, it's actually really easy because Spigot's documentation has always been really good. And as long as you have a general idea of how to use Maven, which like you just need a pom.xml with the stuff defined and your source directory, and you have Maven installed, then it'll all work correctly. Okay, so it should despawn. Cool. Test 1, test the second. Test the second does not. Entity dismount event can't be triggered asynchronously. In terms of actual modding, here we go. So it's this guy. What if I just delete the passenger? do you mean scheme change? That was not a scheme change. I just deleted a function. In terms of actual modding, it is more complicated. I have not touched actual modding. Modding allows for either server or client or both. If you're doing client side, I have no experience there. The other aspect is, if you're doing client modding, you're going to have to basically rebuild for every version. And there are like 6 different modding platforms. So like if I go to Modrinth right now, let's just open a tab here, Modrinth. So this is where you download mods these days, right? Loaders, you've got Fabric, Forge, Neoforge, Quilt, Light Loader, Ritsugami's Mod Loader, and Rift. So, I originally was very much a Forge guy, but too many of the mods that I've recently been using were Fabric only, and luckily I found either Fabric alternatives to the mods I already used, or the mods I already used shipped both versions. Yep, okay, it doesn't like City dismount event triggering asynchronously. Where did that one run then? Also, why does check passengers run from another thread? Oh, I don't like this song. Yeah, that's the other aspect.
Since I met you, and know I'm in your arms. It all happened so fast.
Dr. Usbeth, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Titan. Hope you're doing well. Yes, and this is the thing that's really annoying, right? There was going to be a mod API, right? Minecraft official mod API. They announced it, like 8 years ago? Yeah, in February 2012, so 12 years ago, Mojang hired developers of Bucket to work on an official modding API. Hey, Ben. So it would have been nice if the fact that they bought Bucket, which was a pretty good API at the time, that they made an API. Nope. It would have been so great. So what's the call stack on this one? It calls this guy. So is player chat... Oh, because player chat occurs asynchronously. Right. Okay. That makes sense then. You can't delete entities on the chat. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Let's... Yeah. Well, the rift between Bedrock and Java continues to confuse me because I understand they're completely different code bases, but there are like functional UX differences between the two. So we're going to fix this guy. We're going to discard this guy. I'm going to keep the marker for now. And what I wanted to check is we do use some runnables in item drop. For this particular project, I use a data pack to remove all recipes. But This is an edge case. All right, so not that. Priority queue. Run task later, this one. Oh, and Java has decided to crap itself. So that's fun. That means my hot reload's not going to work either. Rude. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, if you're going to ship 2 versions of a game, try to make them consistent. Not just physics, but gameplay and all of that. There are ways you can load up, say, a Bedrock client into a Java server, and it mostly works. I've used it just for basic things, but you still get weird stuff like if you're breaking a block with an efficiency pickaxe, the block visually disappears much faster in Bedrock, even though the speed at which you mine is the same. It's very strange. Just little things where it's like Bedrock still feels incomplete. Okay, that is better. So, what I want to try does Spigot entity custom name new lines. Line breaks. This supported in any way? Height offset when implementing custom characters. Okay. Spigot entity custom name offset? Mm-hmm. Those are 2013 comments. Packets. Always visible. Custom mounted entity Y offset. Spigot passenger offset. Yeah, that... I don't understand why... You could use armor stands as a cheaty way to offset a player. Just make sure the armor stands ride each other until you reach the desired height. So, do I need to stack these? I mean, realistically... that does kind of match up with what I was intending to do. Because, realistically, the way RuneScape messages work is... they do appear one above the other. So, instead of this, I could just make it so that if there's an existing passenger, I set the current passenger to the child passenger. No, hold on. Yes, I set the current passenger to be a child passenger of the new passenger, then set the new passenger as the passenger of the player. Could work. And if that does work, then we can have a utility function that just stacks some armor stands above the player to offset their name. It's bad, but... The only other thing is I don't think entity set custom name in Spigot supports... chat components. Yeah, just string. Really annoying. Because that would be another way to... Actually, can that work? Minecraft Entity Generator. You wouldn't believe how many times I've used this Gamer Geeks tool. It's janky as hell. Summon mob. Cool. 1.20. We want an armor stand. Yeah. Area effect cloud. I can show you. Let me quickly load up the Jagex launcher. And while it loads up, properties, custom name, no name. Oh, does it not support it? Font. Minecraft. Default bold. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, it does work. Okay. So for reference, just going to spawn some armor stands real quick. And what was the final font name that I used? Quill default small and quill heading. Okay. And we need default small. Okay, so these, I'm going to full screen it here while I switch RuneScape into the correct world. These 5 armor stands are actually using 5 different fonts for their names because a resource pack can have as many custom fonts as you want. So yeah, you can see like the letter T in this one is different to this one, and this one is a bold version of this one. So this uses what are called chat components. And you can see down here, sort of, I can, hold on, video settings, bump this up temporarily. You can see down here, when you set font, you can choose which font you want to use from the ones you've defined. In my case, I have these ones: default, default bold, default small, quill, and quill heading. Now, what I wanted to test is if I okay, so new line characters do not work. However, line breaks are done. Ah, okay. So they are sort of done the way I thought. Oh, that one's just labeled armor stand. Yeah. So new lines won't work. Not in custom names anyway. All right. So here's RuneScape. Old school RuneScape. Now, if I... this is a message, then you can see there's text above my head that says this is a message. I am chatting with text. Okay, it doesn't stack them. It just replaces the previous text and then it despawns. I thought it used to stack. Or you can see a duck saying quack over here. Where was I where there was an NPC just talking constantly? And can I maybe scale? Zoom? Scale. Stretch. No. That is possible. So yeah, you can see this guy here when he's talking. So what we can do is we can actually stand in his spot. Can we? I don't think he... I don't think I can take the same spot as a NPC. Okay. Yeah, so that would be the other thing, right? So at least what we need to do is pretty straightforward. We just need to reproduce this behavior. Which right now results in... the text appearing in my head. Because, for some really dumb reason, if you just spawn a normal armor stand on your head, even if it's a small one, you can interact with it. Its hitbox takes up your face, which is not helpful. Okay, so in that case, we've got parts working. Now, if I just spawn a few armor stands, what happens? Can I generate a mob? Oh, you can lock slot interaction. Disabled slot. Let's do that. Ah. All right. There is a complaint in the item drop plugin that I'm going to quickly fix. Player drop handler 120. 160. And actually, because we've got people watching, I'll show you what we have worked on that does currently work. So this one just needs an if he is null. Get eye location. I don't know why that would be null, but I can figure that out later. All right. So, RuneScape drops. If you walk and drop things, now they're lying on the floor. You can left click them to pick them up, or you can right click them to see what's in the pile. So this one's got all these things in here. You can punch them to pick them up. And voila. And if you die, everything drops there too. So that's our 100% working drop plugin. It even tells you what you've picked up. So if I actually drop half a stack of something, then down here it'll say picked up 32 iron ore. And in there, 32. Which is fun. We also have the thing that I've been working on most recently is the spell book and the prayer menu. I haven't filled this in yet. But for spells, I've got it working well enough where you can click it and it tells you which spell you're going to cast. That one isn't actually functional. These are all axes, by the way, with different textures for each durability, and the durability is hidden. So that way you get like thousands of individual menu and item textures. And actually, do I have my netherite sword? No, I do not. Okay, creative. Netherite sword, and we're going to spawn a cow. All right. We're going to spawn a cow. I'm going to kill the cow. Cow is going to drop. Oh, it's... I mean, in this case, it dropped the normal Minecraft stuff, leather and raw beef, because we are not using my data pack. Let's quickly load into single player. All right, let's try that again. Here's a cow. Oh, this one doesn't have the item drops plugin because it's single player. All right. Well, in this case, it dropped 2 cameras. 1 camera with a chain and 1 camera without. If we look at those, that is raw beef, bones, and cowhide, which are also diamond axes. That one is using the data pack to change the vanilla drops to use our calculations, our metadata for items. So that's really functional and very simple. And as part of that, you can actually spawn chests with the drops. So in the case of a chicken, so say I place this chest 4 different times. This one spawned 4 feathers, 1 bone, and some raw chicken. This one spawned a lot more feathers. 1 bone, 1 raw chicken. This one spawned a smaller amount of feathers. And this one spawned a different amount of feathers. That way, every time you kill a chicken, you get one of our custom drops. And obviously combined with the drop plugin, works pretty well. All right. So I am going to Minecraft. I would have thought this one would allow for riding. Add mount. Okay. Mob. It does. So let's try spawning 3 marker entity stands, with the bottom one being called bottom, the middle one being called middle, and the top one being called top. Invisible, marker, small. Oh. Alright, we're going to throw this into a command block. And we're going to need a button. Command blocks are not enabled. Oh, that makes sense. Ah, crap. That's not what I meant to do. I'm going to restart these. Cat plugin. All right. Now, we will start the server. And hope that our settings persisted. So either way, I will most likely have to spawn these using packets. Because I'll need to be able to customize who can see them. I don't know where that spawned it. Oh, I didn't even... Where is it spawning it? At my position, okay. Nope, at the position of the... Okay. Don't like that. There's bottom. Where are the passengers? Where are your passengers, sir? Kill at E-type armor stand. How do I do the radius? Distance. 5. No armor stands were found. Excuse me? Did I make it angry? Did I break it? No. Okay. Weird. So let's double check. Passengers. Oh, let's disable gravity on them as a... no gravity. No gravity. No gravity. Or can an armor stand not ride an armor stand? That may be a thing. Or things can't ride armor stands. I expect that's a possibility. Which, if that's the case, then that would suck. Because it means I have to come up with a different solution. There's summoned new top. Don't see top. Killed 3 entities. So the other 2 entities exist. Is it maybe spawning them at 0, for some reason? Let's find out. No. There is bottom. Now, why can't I hit bottom? Did I accidentally make him... Oh, because he has no... Okay. Let's disable marker for now then. Because that means they have no height. Which means there's no collision on them. Which makes it a little more difficult to test. So let's kill all 3. Okay. So they can stack. And... those are the small ones, apparently. I guess. Yes. So the issue is, because they have no height, even if I stack them, they're all in the same position, is the problem. I think that's what's going on. And because they're riding, you can't actually see the bottom one's name. Because this one's called... I bet that's what is happening. Hmm. So this won't work. Oh. The weird thing is, I'm going to turn gravity back on them because even though they're riding each other, there's no change in behavior if I destroy the one below, which seems weird to me. And also, can we just... Can we offset this guy? Because I need them to follow the player, and I don't want to set a listener for the player movement and then constantly teleport the text above them to follow them. One, because that's terrible for performance on both server and client, and because then it'll be slightly lagging behind. Minecraft summon with offset. How does the offset work? Yes, that's what this entire code is designed to do. So that's how this works. So if I talk, you can see when I move the armor stand turns around slightly because it's riding my character. But because they have a hitbox, and I make them have no hitbox. Actually, let's do that. F3Q. What's the command for show hitboxes? F3B. So here's my hitbox. It has no hitbox. Oh, but here's the interesting thing. So there's my eyeline. That's his eyeline. But if I disable set marker, which I can't do in a scheduled task. Hold on. What if I do this? Instead of a runnable, we just call this directly. I'm gonna have to restart my server. It's a bit annoying that hot reload doesn't work with those runnables. Does make it more difficult with oops. Does make it more difficult with what we're trying to do here exactly. Alright, so if I talk, you can see it has a collision box, and that collision box actually intersects with me. So if I then try and hit something, let's test it from the ground. Yeah, you can actually see that I'd be hitting the legs of the armor stand. Which is not what we want. What else can we spawn that has no sound? I'm going to delete these writing tests. Alright, what other entities do we have? We have experience orbs. Technically can have names? Weird. I'm overriding experience orbs so they don't spawn though. That's not going to work. Entities, area effect cloud? Can that have a name? Apparently. Effects duration amplifier. Huh. That has a name and a collision. Can I set that as writing on the player? What if I do a radius of 0? How does that command work? Particle ambient. Area effect cloud. Do we try it? For now, at the very least. I will push this code just so that I've got something functional. Okay. We're going to do some janky, potentially weird stuff here. It's running out of memory again. I'm going to refill my water while this restarts. Alright. I stepped away, refilled my water, and my cat's like, I want food now! So I had to feed her. I will have to take a short break to eat dinner soon. I'm not hungry just yet, but soon. Alright, so. Area. Effect cloud. Cloud. W.spawn entity. Location. Entity type. Area effect cloud. Okay. This is going to work really well. Anything else I need to worry about here? Duration ticks. Okay, so we want 20 times 5 is 100 ticks, not 20 times 5. I think that'll do it. Oh, there's that one. It works! It didn't yell at me. The only issue I have is I need it to not actually show any effects. Because this one... doesn't actually show any effect. So I have to assume... Figured invisible area of effect. Wow. Without particles. Oh, has particles. Are you... Is that how that works? Set particle with particle.redstone. Block crack of air. Boolean ambient true. Hmm. Everything in the consumer. Okay. Well, let's see if that works. I think that worked. I think we're good. Oh, you can actually see a big radius initially. Can I spawn the entity with stuff to find? Because I don't like that, So sometimes it... Okay. I do want to try with an offset of 5. 1.5. Okay, 1.4. 1.3. 1.35. There we go. It works. The only real bummer is that I can't use set custom name to use a custom font because it's the wrong font, but it works. It didn't complain. That's a good sign. However, my drops are missing. That's a problem.
Wild like the wolves in the night. When you show me tenderness, love had me blind. Walk in the woods through your eyes.
My item drops do exist. I just can't see them. Okay. But what is this one actually pointing to? Is it just pointing to spawn consumer? Drop item. Drop item naturally. Spawn. Aha. Location, spawn reason, consumer. With the supplied function run before the entity is added to the world. Okay. Alright, shall we attempt to figure out how to use a consumer? Would that be fun? Let's at least save this because it does work.
Keep my head held high. I've tried 1,000 times. We could rewind, but we've gone our separate ways.
And then I'm going to quickly also rename these functions. Because perfect. Okay, now let's try the consumer. Location, spawn reason. My only concern here is this one says living entity. Spell, egg, spawn reason dot command. Oh, custom could work. By plugins, there you go. Randomized data, false. Spigot, spawn, consumer. I need an example. Okay. Spawn location class consumer. So this needs to be area effect cloud dot class. And then the consumer. New consumer. What do you mean anonymous inner type? No, I need org bucket util consumer. We can stop the server. Yeah. Didn't yell at me. That's a good sign. Does it also need a dot class? No. Cool. Mm-hmm. That's not yelling at me. 2 ticks. Okay. I think that's 2 ticks. Alright, that should behave better. Because then you won't have a split second of a... Always good to have comments in your code, explaining why. Nope, I made it angry. Craft block data cannot be passed to material data. Okay. That's just a matter of spec is different. Or the parameters are different depending on how you created it. So set particle with t.data. Particle. The type of this depends on get data type. Teachable. Since 162. Deprecated. Cool. What's it deprecated and replaced with? Well, I'm confused. Alright, well, we're just gonna temporarily just set the particle with no data and see if that matters. Particle block crack requires data null provided. Ah!
In a place where you feel the fire's gone out. In time we will heal and light will pour out again, again, again. Light will pour out again, again, again. When the darkness surrounds the night without down, we'll be together again.
Borg bucket particle, is that what this guy is? Yes, it is. Particle uses block data. Oh, we need block crack. Oh. Block data.
Chips are down and you're losing hope. The light will surround and show you the road again, again, again. Show you the road again, again, again.
Data.
Wait for the sunrise and open your eyes. If we give it time, life will be so bright again, again, again. Life will be bright again, again, again. No, we're gonna rise.
So you need block data. That is block data. It doesn't like that. What if we do reds? No. Will that yell at me? Maybe it's an air thing. Oh, we can just do material data, new material data. Hang on. I think that's the correct way to do it. $7 years. That was the old way to do it. I think that's been deprecated. All usage, yeah, use block data. Yeah, okay, so I was doing it correctly. New. Interface. Ah. And Java has crapped itself. Man, so close. Technically, I don't know if that line is actually needed. Also, we don't need the armor stand input anymore. Yeah, there it is. Increase memory. Reload. Alright, this is going to be the last thing we do, and then I will be heading off for dinner. Yeah, get new data. Because this one needs block data, right? Not material data. But let's see if that helps. That doesn't have counts. Class cannot be cast to material data. But this is literally a class that extends material data. Alright, well let's try it without it. Yeah, because it's a new consumer. I can't just... I'll reload. Apparently, the WMA website has had 10 clicks from Google search in the past month. Neat. That hasn't equated to 10 active players, but neat. There are bubbles. Can you see the bubbles in first person? You can. Okay. So we do need a silent... We do need some kind of particle. What if we do particle.cloud? Or wax off. All right. What if I just... spoof this? Nope. Same error. Ah, but this time it didn't actually use my new code. I mean, we can just set the particle later. That would be fine, I think. Because we're already setting the radius to 0. And we weren't seeing the particle before. Yep, Java has run out of memory again. This is what happens when you have to keep restarting the Minecraft server. How do I don't want to disconnect, I want to stop. There we go. Right. I could set the particle to something less frustrating to start, and then within a split second fix it. Just don't know what. Yeah, see, this guy ran into the same issue in 2021 with 1.17. Craft block data can't be cast to material data. Material data being the legacy thing. Alright. Final attempt. Oh, it yelled at me. I saw the particles. Wait, but now it complains that it can't... Excuse me? Worked before. Literally worked before. I'm mad. Just trying to figure out what it could be doing differently, other than the consumer. I mean, this doesn't actually solve any real problems, so I could just scrap this idea. Like, yeah, it'll spawn a bit larger with some particles for a split second. Alright, let's... I'm going to post in the Discord. I need a second opinion. This works fine. We're going to throw this into Notepad++ so I can get rid of the line indent. Alright. This works fine. I don't want to set the particle before it spawns. I don't answer on a line that said to use a consumer. However, this errors. Yeah. That looks to be correct. Can I do that without that? Oh, you're joking. Wait. Wait. Wait, I think I fixed it. First person goes, does plugin.yml have API version set? No, it doesn't. Ooh. But why did it fix it? Alright. Let's... Firstly, let's actually set our API version, because we should. Because obviously, if you don't set the API consumer, obviously it's going to do the wrong thing. Or, sorry, an API version. Of course it's going to do the wrong thing. Because it doesn't know what you're running in. I just... my first goal. Wow. Okay, yep, that fixed it. Alright. I am an idiot. Alright, well, let's switch to a Lambda while we're here. Because we are using them everywhere else. And I prefer them visually as well. Hey, it's my intro music. To be fair, this plugin is so old. The code was written by me 9 years ago. I mean, we can just call this effect.
New people, new places, we're the same. A moment frozen in time.
All right.
Wish I could relive the day I met you and fall in love.
Final launch attempt. We are going to set API version to avoid weirdness. Yep. It's always something simple with me, isn't it? I always do a dumb. Ooh, that is not what I want. I want the other one. All right. Moment of truth. With all the new bits as they're meant to be. We did the thing, and it works. Huzzah! Now, I have no idea why my armor stand did not correctly respawn. I'm hoping that is an unrelated bug. The death handler on here. Okay. Well, that was easy. I think that's pretty cool, being able to see your messages above your own head. Cool. Well then, use consumer to configure cloud before spawning. I will have to test this with multiple players, but there's no reason it shouldn't work. And I might experiment with Minecraft command edit entity name. Okay, let's spawn ourselves a armor stand as a test. I want to really quickly do this. I know I'm hungry, but enter data. Is that a new command? Flash data. Can a text display write a player? That is a good question. Really? Because originally this plugin was written 9 years ago, and I wrote it but didn't touch it for 9 years. And the issue with armor stands was collision and interaction because they block your view. So I switched to this, where I was like, hey, this has a height, and really, so next generation. Are text displays new in? Oh no, 120. Sure, 19. Okay, good. Because I'm currently running on 120.1. Alignment, shadowed. Oh, you can control whether it's shadowed. Default background, set text. Can't set font, which is a bummer, but understandable. Okay. That is just an entity. Okay. Let's try it. Because the next thing I was gonna do was try and use... Yeah, I'm not using paper. Yeah. I have no plans on switching to paper. Okay, so in that case... Text... What are they called? Display. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. And our checks will need to make sure it's a text display. Yeah, delete method is not implemented. That's fine. You're correct. You're correct. All right, let's try it with a text display. And what was the other thing it can do? Is shadowed. That's shadowed. Why is my indent weird? Ah, I see why. Oh, right. You're right. That shouldn't be a problem with hot reload. Oh, did my server die? No. All right. Well, it didn't do anything because I probably need to restart after that. At the player's location, I'm going to disable set silent because it's probably not helping. Because that would be cleaner. But, I mean, I'm using this in two ways, right? The first is just Java practice and just Spigot API practice. Because it's been so long. And two, actually getting these things working to a point where I'm happy with it. Yeah, no, the text display does not render. Oh, no, it does. It doesn't rotate. It's there somewhere. Oh no. I saw it for a split second. Yeah, it's... Oh. Okay. Effect.set rotation? Yeah, I need it to rotate based on the player looking at it. Effect.set. Okay. Vertical transformation. Okay. How does this guy work? Cool. I guess I have to do a new transformation. That's how that's supposed to work. Translation. Anyway, let's verify that the billboard works correctly. Yep, the billboard works correctly. That is a good sign. Set shadow does not, though. Oh, set default background, I see. Set background color. Yeah. I need to set... text background color. Yeah. Set background color must be new to 21. Which is fine. I can just... Alright. That's fine. Doesn't matter. What we do need to fix is... transformation. I assume I can't do it that way. I assume. We'll find out. Nope. I assume I need to... No, hold on. Vector 3. Yeah, that's what I assumed. T dot set. Okay, that did something. Hang on. Well, that's not helpful. Where did it go? What if we just set it to 5? Set it to 1. Okay. Setting it to 1 works. I don't know why 5 didn't work. What if we set it to like 0.8? Oh, it has to be a... What? Okay, so... That's a bit confusing. If I look directly up, I don't see it. It only shows up in third person. Which doesn't make sense. Oh, it's a transformation based on which... Whoa, interesting. Okay. Huh. So there's no guarantee the transformation from my perspective is going to match other people's perspectives. At least for non-Y coordinates. Interesting. Well, we can at least... change from cloud to text. And if I do does that work? It does. Oh, okay. I might have to add a space after. Yeah, that looks better. Because without the shadow, it removes an offset. Does Spigot have a way to load previous draft? I have a feeling. Alright, well that does work. And I can't see it in first person. Because it is tied to my head. Because it's riding my character. And so the transform... Alright. Well, hey, that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if I'm going to stick to it just because I feel it needs more testing. Especially with multiple players. But I will definitely stash that into a branch. Because that is much cleaner functionally. And means one less potential quirk. So let me push this to master. And create a new branch. Thanks for that, Rad Steve. That's very helpful. Use text display. Do we have any unused imports? We do now. Text display. All of that looks correct. Cool. Use text display instead of Spect Cloud. This is precisely what text displays are for. Downside, player can't see their own text in first person. The other thing I wanted to test. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Cool. First person is probably fixable, just needs experimentation. Line width before wrapping. Does RuneScape have a max line width for mess? And do they wrap, or does it just trim them? Because now that I think about it, oh, it does wrap. Oh, that's cool. It wraps by default. All right, let's log into RuneScape and quickly check if that wraps. Okay, so RuneScape just cuts off the entire message. So messages have a fixed length. Oh, it also lowercases text. That's pretty funny. Someone else showed up and was like, nope, it cut off. Neat. So yeah, we can stick with wrapping because I'm not going to cut player messages to a very short length. I think wrapping is much better than not wrapping. Because I don't actually know if entity names wrap. I don't think they do. Normally. Like custom names. But let's do my test on that armor stand. Where did it go? Did I kill the armor stand? I must have. Data, modify, entity, at E-type, armor stand. Only one entity is allowed. This name. Yes. Minecraft command entity selector 1. If you only want one ... I don't know why the Minecraft forum is broken, but... Which one is it? Here. Entities. Limit. Aha. Okay. Minecraft data command generator. MC stacker item generator give command. Minecraft data command. Yeah. That's weird. My chat got stuck down here. And on my sidebar. Not ideal. Oh, it also intercepts right clicks. That's rude. Oh, it's just straight up the Twitch API crapped out on me. Alright. I like this program. Okay, we need data. Data merge entity. Entity armor stand. Whatever. What we care about is custom name. That's fine, and we just need Minecraft default. Okay. Oh, this one does not have its custom name set to be visible, but that does work. So the question becomes... Text display limit 1. Instead of custom name, we're going to set text. Cool. Now I need to be really quick here. There's modified. So maybe instead of merge, we want... text entity. I mean, MC Stacker is great functionally. UX-wise, it's absolutely rubbish. Nope, I need to sneeze. Like, I love it as a concept, but in general, I've been using these ones from GamerGeeks for various commands, and I do like it much better. The tabs help. And the other one I've used is minecraftjson.com. That one is also really nice UX-wise. I don't know why my chat app has decided to completely ignore new messages. I'm gonna have to restart it. That is a new one though. The good thing I have chat in multiple screens. Refresh. Yeah, Minecraft JSON is very good. And that you can export things is really nice. I do kind of wish that instead of export, you could save presets. Like it had a, just in local storage, just caching everything. So what I need to do here is I need to reload my chat. Okay. Count switch. We'll see if that fixes it. All right. Can I not set the font here? I can. Minecraft default. Okay, so it's text lowercase. Cool. That didn't work. Let's quickly tweak our despawn timer. I don't actually know what the despawn timer is set to. 80 ticks, I assume. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 4 seconds. So let's do 180. Make sure it doesn't despawn after 4 seconds. Yep. Cool. Let's just do 20,000. So 1,000 seconds. Oh no, I see what happened. It wasn't the... because I did not do this correctly. Because that was just the message. There we go. Okay. So... whoa. There we go. That's how that's supposed to look. So that just leaves how to target the entity. By... I guess you could do XYZ if the player doesn't move. Because if they move in the next tick... Alright, well, anyway, let's... send command. Get server dispatch command. Get server. Get console sender. Now, escaping characters is going to be interesting here. Hey, it works! Modified entity data of text display. Now, because I'm up it... bring message. We are going to make this a tiny bit cleaner. Cool. And if I change the font to Will, yes. Yep. It is a different font. That works great. Spigot. Now, can I send it technically as a command block? Silence. Server messages as command block. Game rule, command block output false. Send command feedback false. Turn off messages when the player uses them, such as typing in chat or execute. Turn off messages. Look at messages. It's because you're an operator of the world. You could always add a block in your game, start the chain, then remove the operator from all players as well. Those are terrible suggestions. Alright, what if I set this game rule? Yep, that worked. I mean, I shouldn't have to. Ideally, Spigot will eventually add the necessary API for this, but as a test, this does work correctly. So we can disable those for now, use this guy, and this was 4 seconds before. No, sorry, that is backwards. 20 ticks by 4. Hmm. Text input and text display. Okay, we're at 3.5 lines. Because technically... Oh, there we go. So the limit on characters the player can type is shorter or equal to the text that can appear, which is fine by me. Alright. I'm happy with that. We will... I think that can be a separate commit of switching it to use chat color message. So the first commit just makes it so that it's really clear. Although I can change this in the main branch, not confuse it. Because realistically, this code here would work for armor stand or text entity. Just needs to be custom name instead of text. Alright, well let's switch back to master stash and reapply. Alright, let's do one final test. And then I need food because it is 9 PM and I have not eaten dinner. And I've been live for 4.5 hours. Which I was hoping to go live earlier today, but things came up. As they do. Uh-oh. Which part is it angry about? Oh, message. Oh, and I also hid current playing track at some point. Probably when I button mashed enter. Just slam my keyboard. I don't understand why Linux users care so much about the version of the runtime for a Flatpak. It does not affect you in 99.99% of situations. That doesn't work, but that's fine. That's it from me, though. All right. That's gonna be it from me. Thank you all for joining me on this very interesting adventure today. We figured out what ore regen plugin we want to use. That is Mine X Farm Regen. We figured out that the text above head plugin that someone else made did not work well, or did not work at all for me in my testing. But my own chat plugin from 2015 works, and only needed a couple tweaks for it to work even better. I'm thinking I might stream tomorrow. Some more development, maybe some more experimentation with text displays, especially around changing fonts. But no, this was a custom one for 07craft. You're here, so I'll quickly show you. Basically, I wanted to recreate the RuneScape text, which is the yellow text that appears above the player's head. And I have two sides to this. The first is, because we're trying to recreate so much, I'm like, are there shortcuts I can take of just using other plugins temporarily to get that functionality there for that initial, like, this is the demo, or like the alpha, and then eventually develop our own things. But for ore regen, I found a plugin that seems to work well enough. I'll need further testing and like actually setting it up properly to see how it works and whether it works well for our use case. But initial testing is promising. And then the other one was messages above the head. This is a chat message. You can see it shows above the head. It follows the player. And the original implementation was an armor stand that was invisible. However, an armor stand that is riding a player intersects with the player's collision. So you were then unable to interact with anything while the chat message was above your head. And that was the code from 2015, mostly unchanged. On the 14th December, what did I do? I bumped the Spigot version from 1.8 to 1.20, which didn't break anything. I fixed the deprecations because technically multiple players can ride a player, so I had to remove set passenger and change it to add passenger and make it into a loop. And then outside of that, it was just a matter of modernizing. And that's all that today was from here to here. The first thing I tried was a armor stand that is a marker, which makes it have no collision box, but it makes it tiny to the point where the custom name above the head was actually in the throat of the player. So that didn't work. And then I tried an effect cloud, which is what I'm currently using. So an effect cloud is just particles, but you can set the radius, which I set the radius to 0, and I set the particle to breaking air, which is visually no particle at all, and you can set entities to be silent. So those were hidden. And lastly, I was informed that actually there's a thing called text displays, which rather than using a particle entity, I can just use a text display, which has its own text. And you can customize those pretty aggressively. You can set the... Hang on, I can pull it up. This tab. You can set the alignment, the background color, the default background, the line width, whether it's see-through, whether it has a shadow, what the text is, and the text opacity. Now, I think the background color is actually a 1.21 feature or a 1.20.5 feature, probably, would be my guess. So that doesn't work because I'm currently targeting 120.0.1, sorry. I will update it to 120.1 because, 121, because 21 also includes stuff like resizing your player, which I am going to experiment with in terms of RuneScape characters are much taller, and all our models are trying to work on a scale there. So then why doesn't set background color exist in 120.1? Would be my question there. Anyway, because you can set the scale of players and things, could be that the API wasn't ready. Definitely possible. I'm gonna skip that song because I hate it. And so I want to experiment with making the player slightly taller, and changing the distance that you can interact with blocks to make some of the scale that we have in our world make a little more sense. So I will quickly show this because I do have time and I'm not that hungry just yet. But if we load into the server, we're using a 2:1 scale in terms of blocks because so one RuneScape tile is a 2x2 Minecraft area, so that you don't feel like a tiny person walking through a tiny map. That does introduce some challenges. So for example, RuneScape doors are technically double the height of Minecraft ones. And so we have little changes that we had to make. I do have a video of the tutorial that I can show side by side to give you an indicator of how this is meant to look. Because I recorded a tutorial when I signed up to Old School RuneScape. Okay, so if we have a look, even at the front door, right? You can see players are standing, say, between the edge of the carpet and the floor, so it makes sense to have Minecraft blocks that take up half a tile. And you've got things like this cabinet here, which I can show over here. It makes sense for the cabinet to be 2 blocks wide, but then your face is at the height here, which realistically that's closer to like maybe nipple height. So in that case, being able to grow the player even by half a block up to 2.5 blocks could make that experience feel a little more correct. The only downside of scaling at 2:1 is these kinds of blocks are fine, but did I walk around to... Yeah, yes. So in this section, you can see the windows basically touch the roof, which I didn't do because that ends up looking a bit weird, but we can eventually because, well, you can see that actually these two are fine because it's halfway up the window, which is what we're going for here. But these cabinets here, they're only 3 blocks tall in Minecraft, whereas the full roof height, which is technically up there, we ended up doing a full 4-block roof height just for the visual experience. We could technically lower it so that the top of the window touches the top of the roof, but in Minecraft that'd probably feel weird. But the main problem here now is that because we don't have a barrier block here, do we? Because Minecraft models, like, oh, I see what's happening here. I'm in survival mode. Because a Minecraft model can only be 3x3x3, if a RuneScape model is 4, like I have one example here, this sink, I had to shrink it from 4 to 3 so that it covers the window and half here, so there's an empty gap, because a Minecraft model, single model, can't be 4 blocks wide. It has to be maximum 3. Anything outside of that gets cut off. Which you do get some weirdness, for example, here, because this one had to be a really large table, as indicated by this here. So what I ended up doing is I made the model half and then just placed them next to each other. But because this block is actually a solid glazed terracotta, It actually breaks the lighting. So my plan is to replace these with different block so that I can actually, or better yet, I could move the model one block higher so that the player can still walk through the chair, even though it's not particularly realistic, to fix the lighting on this table. But yeah, there are going to be a bunch of quirks like that over time, and inconsistencies and things I need to do to make it behave better. But overall, everything is working really well. And now that we have text above the head, that's just another feature that's done. So I've got item drops working. So we fixed a bug today with those, which is it was persisting some data unnecessarily. So there it is on the ground. You can punch it to pick it up, or you can right click it to see all of them and then pick them up one by one. So if you, for example, have a bunch of oak planks, you can drop half a stack and then the rest one by one. And you can see they're all half a stack and then one by one. And you can remove them one by one, or you can remove the half a stack. When you remove all of them, close. So, that's going to be it from me. We successfully did a bunch of stuff. It all works now. I'm hoping to stream tomorrow. We will see if that actually happens. Depends on energy, depends on other things that happen. Oh no! Should I demo it just again? Because, I don't know, some of this tech is pretty cool. Let's just do it on my server, actually. How much old school RuneScape did you play, Dixon? So, here is Tutorial Island. Yeah. So here's Tutorial Island. I'm going to walk down the stairs here. I'm going to get rid of that marker right there. Hold on. Waypoint. Alright. So let's run down here. We haven't planted any trees yet. The actual map itself is a height map pulled from a RuneScape private server, so it is accurate to the game. The coloring of the ground is also pulled from there, in a way. So what we did is see how the ground here, for example, that's grass, so is that. These are two different biomes that are made to recreate the different colors. So the biomes are arbitrary. We have some limitations of block sizes, so Minecraft blocks can only be 3 wide. So there's a gap there for now. We'll figure a fix out for that later. But that's Tutorial Island. Caves are pretty fun, so I'm just going to dive in here. We're going to go down the ladder. Turns out modern Minecraft has what are called light blocks, so I can actually spoof lighting. These caves are all height mapped, and then the ceiling is done by hand, because if you have a look, that's with full bright, so you can see that it all goes to the roof. But with the default lighting, it kind of fades into the into nothing, into the void. Then we're going to go through here. This is where you do combat for the first time. Then we're going to go up the ladder. Then you've got the other areas for the bank, the church, basically, and the wizard section. But we have the entire world mapped out, and most of the free-to-play buildings are done. You can see some areas have outlines. Is that music a bit loud for anyone, or just me? I'm going to lower it slightly. I'm going to set my fly speed to 0.7 so I can fly a bit faster. So, here is Draenor Village. Here is Falador. A friend of mine rebuilt Falador Castle about 4 times because he didn't like how the angles were working out in the building. Let's go down here, which goes into the Dwarven Mine, because this is one of my favorite places to demo. I just finished lighting this past week. So this is from this entrance, and we're just going to kind of keep going because this place is actually huge. You can see that we used granite and diorite to actually do the walls and the ceiling, and then once we're happy with the full thing, we then change those to dirt so that it just feels like a cave. So this place is fully mapped out, height mapped, and what I do need to do... Hang on, can I... Okay, this doesn't show cave. Okay. This one will allow us to go out into here. So this is... I can actually pull up our map. Do I not have the map open? I had the map open. Well, you can go to this yourself, map.07craft.com. You can see me playing around with it. So I popped out here, next to the Dwarven Mine entrance. So now we can fly over to... You've got Edgeville over here. And Varrock. And I think we have some of the caves done here too. So if I go down this hole, I did start lighting this area, but it's much bigger and more complex. So there is some lighting here that kind of lights it, but then you go too far here and it gets really dark. I'm just going to turn on full bright. So this section here, caves are one of my favorite things that we did. I am now lost. Hold on. That's the ladder I was looking for. So like here's the bank. Whoops, this building is too narrow. Oh, okay. I need to fix this at some point. So these slime blocks indicate how wide the building is supposed to be. And apparently it is not wide enough. So every building is done by hand. In terms of like building style, we are going very square to start. And once we actually have all the buildings and furnished, then we can kind of go back and go, okay, well, old school RuneScape is very flat, but modern ones are much more interesting visually. So let's kind of flash them up a bit. You can see that, for example, here it is a bit hilly, and this is all done through the height map. Obviously, some hand adjustment will be done later. So if we go to this section, which is free to play now, but wasn't free to play back then. So this is here. So you've got Taverley and you've got Burthorpe. This building here is actually not finished yet, but you can see that the actual landscape itself is all the right colors, right? You've got this brown line going along the middle. That is the border between the wilderness, where PvP is enabled, and where it's not. So you pass that line, you're in trouble. And you can see that, for example, the volcano over here has a black patch in the top. Obviously, this needs to be carved out into an actual volcano, and some lava added. You can actually also see, if we go over here, Alcarid is sandy. I do want to change the color of the sand a little. It feels a bit flat. That is still just grass blocks, just going based on biome. And you can actually see that the way they built this part of the map is where they place the path that actually has different colored blocks. So my code actually assumed that this is supposed to be green because that's a default color. So I will have to change this to sand manually, and add the footpath, which I kind of started. And then we've also got this area here, which is the Jewel Arena. So this one was built by hand, as all the other buildings were. But you can see all of these, we do have outlines of what these buildings will be and all of those. We've got areas that are light blue that indicate these were kind of cut off on the map, so we need to verify them by hand to see how they all connect, but it all works pretty well. Here's the wilderness, and that includes lava that we've placed. And if we fly over this way, you've got hilly mountains. I do want to potentially clean up the edges here a bit to look a little less computer generated. There's apparently some sort of building there. There is water here as well. And like you've even got the top left of the map here with all the bits. Those haven't been built either. Basically, our goal is we're going to finish building the free-to-play areas and get a bunch of free-to-play functionality working, and then kind of open it up to players to try out and to break it, basically. I have lagged the server, so I'm just waiting for it to catch up. That's why the chunks here aren't loading. But I also have a couple mods installed that allow me to see further than the server render distance. Wow, I really made it angry. Oh, there we go. It caught up. So yeah. So that's the actual, like, map. We did add the Grand Exchange because technically it was added just at the end of 2007, and we feel RuneScape without the Grand Exchange is not great. The way I built this is with a glass ceiling, because otherwise it was too dark in here. But now that we have light blocks, which are these guys here, I could technically replace this with a solid roof, because the Grand Exchange in RuneScape is solid, and we could just put a bunch of light blocks that allow the user to see in there. And lastly, so if we go down this way, so this building here, you can see it's not complete. If we teleport to our build world, then here it is. So it's practically done. There are some adjustments that need to be made, but again, made by hand. Very fun. I also apparently finished this guy here, which is the Rune Essence mine. That's in here. I need a compass. This one is still using my old redstone torch method. Oh, and it's still in Fulbright too. This is using my old redstone torch method to light the area dark, but I'll swap those out for light blocks, which look like this. Which is neat. But this one's fully done as far as I remember, so it's just a matter of pasting it somewhere into the world. The challenge there is you can access it from 2 different locations, and I don't want users to have to teleport too far to load chunks, so we'll figure that out. Here is a basic thing of the biomes so that you can see what color the ground is going to be for each one. And this is a piece of tech I'm really excited by. So these are all diamond axes with different textures depending on the durability. Because of this, we can do basically infinite Minecraft items, or RuneScape items in Minecraft, with textures and all of that, and all we have to do is customize a couple values. Because remember just how much durability diamond tools have. Now you have netherite as well, so that'll be really cool. But the other thing I finally finished recently, because I did work on this ages ago and then I got someone else to rewrite most of it. But drop plugin. So how do drops work in Minecraft? Well, it floats a little thing that kind of hangs in on the ground. Here it is in RuneScape. Bang, bang, and we'll also drop a chair. No, I wanted to drop the chair. I don't want chat, I want the chair. All right, so now we have a ladder here. We can right click it and see what was dropped here. Apparently I did not drop the chair. There's the ladder and the wool. I can punch it to pick it up, or I can right click it and select the items to grab them out. That text is not supposed to be there, but The timing works exactly as RuneScape does, which is it's only visible to you for the first 60 seconds. After that, it becomes visible to everyone else for 2 minutes. So it exists on the ground for up to 3 minutes. If you die, all of your inventory goes there at the moment. Obviously, RuneScape supports various ways of keeping items, and usually the stuff that drops is like your coins and your armor. But like the boring stuff you're carrying doesn't drop. So that will be a future enhancement once we actually have skills and stuff working. On that topic, let me jump into chat plugin. Yeah, let's load up the chat plugin. So various different bits all going. The biggest challenge is just the scope, because you have a bunch of, I think you have 27 different spells. You have a bunch of different skills and a bunch of different stuff you have to do for all of that to actually interact with each other. So none of that is done at the moment. None of the skills I've started development on. I wanted to finish the item drop stuff first so that I could go, hey, this actually works 100%. And the most recent thing I worked on today is messages above the head. So if we go into full screen, this is a test message. And it goes above your head, and as you run, it stays with you, and then it despawns after a few seconds. And you'll be able to see messages above other people's heads, and it's great. So that works. What was the other thing I was going to show? Yes. So if we're in survival mode, then obviously crafting is not a thing. So I'm actually going to set it up so that none of the recipes appear. But the crafting table will become a quick access thing. So this button here is the first icon in the grid of crafting. But if you actually click it, it opens your spells. So you can choose which spell to cast. If you do the same with the second one, it opens your prayers and you can see, oh, you know, this one's this level. And again, these are all diamond axes with different textures. And then I did set, so all of those currently don't do anything. So if I click on a prayer, it just says what prayer you've selected, and spells, it just says which one you've selected. But once we actually have the skills like programmed, then you select the spell and then you attack, and that'll do the thing. So that's probably one of the next things I need to work on, some sort of skills core functionality to go, hey, here's how everything interacts. But I do want to also work on armor and all of that, because Minecraft only supports helmet, chest, pants, and boots, and a shield. But what I might do is instead make it so that if you click on the shield, because this is your offhand, right? I might make it so that when you click the offhand button, that actually pulls up a full inventory of your amulet and arrows and all of that, so that you can actually customize that properly rather than being limited to these 4. So lots of stuff to do, but lots of stuff already works to some extent. Most recently, chat message. So yeah, that's today's progress plus progress of many, many years. Basically, I started the project like 2012, 2013, and then took like a 7-year break. And we're back, and I want to get this actually out the door. It's good fun, but it requires a lot of knowledge, a lot of skill, a lot of experience in terms of both Minecraft development, Minecraft's limitations, and how RuneScape works. Because if you don't know how RuneScape works, you can't recreate that behavior. The other final thing I'll show is Minecraft has a thing where you can configure the loot tables. So if I set myself to creative, I give myself a cow corn egg. No, actually, I need to do this in my single player world because that's where the data pack is loaded. Hello. My cat wants my attention. So I'm just going to very quickly show this and then walk off. So if I kill a cow, then you can see instead of the normal stuff that it drops all of these, which are raw beef, bones, and cowhide. And chickens, if I place this down, chickens drop raw chicken, bones, and feathers. And each time the loot table is run, different amount of feathers. So I'm trying to use like native Minecraft stuff as heavily as I can. So like the base drops will be through loot tables in a data pack that are installed on the server. But anything more complicated, say drops based on probability of, based on a spell you cast or a prayer you have or armor that you have, all of that will be done custom so that those drops are added on top of the default drops. Complicated stuff. I haven't started any of it. So I'll probably stream again tomorrow, hopefully. I do want to get more stuff done, likely related to the spell book, but I did have an interactive friends list thing here that I don't actually know if it works. The text that I wrote in 2014 says, current version of the plugin includes sorted online-offline friends, does not work across multiple servers, stores a list of friends in MySQL, does not do anything asynchronously, but will, and does not have notifications coded, dependent on input GUI, which was a dependency in its own folder. So most likely I need to rewrite this plugin from scratch to use actual modern Minecraft APIs or Spigot APIs. And that'll be difficult. So, because this was built for Minecraft 1.7.2. So that's my next task, I think. That'll be fun. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. And if not, then Open Tuesday is not happening this week or next week because Christmas Eve and then New Year's Eve. But I always stream New Year's Eve for Australian times and then US times the next day. So join me then, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, catch you all another time. Bye!